Well, hello everybody and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G, John Galindo, coming to you live each and every Saturday evening only here on YouTube. We'll be joining the Oldies and More Radio Network beginning at midnight tonight. Thank you for tuning into the July 9th, 2022 Vinyl Treasure Show. I feature my 50s and early 60s 45s. I think everything tonight is a request. I think I have two records that I inserted in. They might have even been flip sides from last week. But anyway, thank you all for tuning in tonight. I'm kind of sad I had to get rid of my 2010 DTS Cadillac DeVille. I got in the car, I turned it around. I mean, it started, but it was sad to get rid of the car. But lots of memories in that car, 188,000 miles worth of memories, driving memories. But it's gone. Lots of room in the background. Maybe I'll have a record party. You can all come to the record party here at Johnny G's house. But enough of my babbling here. I opened up tonight's 50s and early 60s show. It's actually a request for listener Kenny Mack, and you know this group from Fort Lee, New Jersey. They had a big hit called Short Shorts. Nationally came out on the charts on the ABC Paramount record label back in 1958, but it first came out, the first press of that is on Monty Bruce's Power record label. I think it's a collector's item now. I have it on the Power label, but this was their second release on Power from March of 1959. Those were the Royal Teens on the Power label. The song is called Mad Gas. Well, enough of my mad gassing around here. Let's open up the vocal portion. It's a flip side from last week. Now, listener Timothy requested the Universals last week, a group out of Philadelphia, PA. On George Goldner's Mark X record label. The song was called, again, The Ballad. I think it was listeners Darrell Letts and George Tompkins requested the flip side, which was written by the bass of the group. His name is John Oscar Williams. So we go back to September 1957. We open up with the Universals on the Mark X label. This is for George and Darrell. It's called Teenage Love.
My teenage love, you like a rose spring, my teenage love. You are my everything, my teenage love. You know that you're in my heart. Yeah. Oh, my teenage love, you need to roll the road, my teenage love. You made yourself a home, my teenage love. Right here in my heart. Real, baby, 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 baby. I love you so. More than you know. Oh, my teenage love, you be forever mine, my teenage love. Until the end of time, my teenage love. Oh, yes, you're mine. Real.
That's a great two-sided 45 there. That's a Beast. I guess the Beast. Maybe it's the A-side. I don't know. Universal's there going out to George and Daryl. September 1957 release. George Goldner's Mark X record label. Teenage Love, the name of the tune. Let's stick with another flip side also. Now, last week I played a request for Daniel Kubacki. He requested the Avons, a great group out of Inglewood, New Jersey, and their debut single on B. Caslin's Hull label. It was called I'm Sending SOS. I think it was listeners Marvin Pott and Darrell Letts, and actually George Tompkins again requested the flip side here, written by the lead singer. His name is Bob Lee. The first of 7 on the Hull label for the Avons. This is for Marvin, Darrell, and George, May 1956, the Avons on Hull. It's called Our Love Will Never End.
All love will be together, will never end. It will always be, and no matter what the weather, we'll be together, just you and me. We walked down the aisle, side by side. I looked at her, she looked at me. The people were waiting for you and me. I know this was it, oh, Lord. We'll be together, we'll never end it. It will always be.
That's the sound of the Avons here on the Vinyl Treasures Show. The Avons there going out to Darrell Letts, Marvin Pott, and George Tompkins. Marvin says that was the A-side. That was the side that was played on the radio from May 1956, their first of 7. On B. Caslin's Hull record label, Our Love Will Never End. They will return back on the Hull label back in as we get to 1959. But anyway, let's continue now. And we count down the music here chronologically on the 50s and early 60s edition. Now, on the June 25th, 2022 show, I played a request for listener Tom Shaughnessy. It was a duet he requested by Otis Blackwell and Viola Watkins. The song was called Really Real. Now, Tom, there was no group on that, but Tom also requested the flip side that I forgot to play last week, and it features Viola Watkins and a group called the Four Notes. Now, the Four Notes group would be brought over to the attention of George Goldner, and they would change their name to record as the Crows on the Rama label. And but I think their first release on the Rama label was that they backed up Viola Watkins on the song 7 Lonely Days. That was in April of 1952, but this is earlier. Earlier, they backed up an artist on Imperial, I forget the name, and then they backed up Viola Watkins, but they were known as the Four Notes. This is from September 1952. This is going out to listener Tom Shaughnessy. Viola Watkins doesn't say give their name on the label, but I think it says chorus or something. But anyway, September 52, Viola Watkins and group on Jubilee Records. It's called Paint a Sky for Me. This is for Tom.
Paint a sky for me and a moon I like to see. Make the stars on high dance the clouds as they pass by. Paint a sky for me and put in a shady tree. Sketch a house for just two, but wait now, you aren't through. You've created a love in my heart, and joy walked in the door. It was surely a wonderful start, the dream that I'd waited for. Paint a sky for me, just as bright as it can be. Fence around the frame, and please do write down your name. You've created a love in my heart, and joy walked in the door. But surely a wonderful start, the dream that I'd waited for. Paint a sky for me, just as bright as it can be. Fence around the frame, and please do write down your name.
As going out to Tom Shaughnessy, September 52. That's an early side before Johnny G was born, like 6 years before. Actually, yeah, exactly 6 years before. September 1952 released. Viola Watkins there with the Four Notes on the Jubilee record label. Paint a Sky for Me is the name of that tune. Let's continue here on the Vinyltreasure show. We move into 1953. We go out to Los Angeles, California with a request for Daniel Kubacki, who will not be in chat tonight. He has a working vacation, but he sent me his requests. So he requested this great group. This is their second of 12 on Sid Nathan's Federal record label. The lead singer on this is Thurston Harris. He was 22 years old when he recorded this. Of course, he would have a big hit in 1957 with the song Little Bitty Pretty One. I'm sure many of you have that on the Aladdin label, but he was first the lead singer for the Lamplighters. This is going out to Daniel, November 53, the Lamplighters on Federal. The song is called Give Me.
I will always keep you near in my heart. Give me, give me, give me, give me, give me, oh, love, give me your love, give me your love.
That's going out to Daniel Kubacki. He's going to be tuned in to the archive tomorrow morning there. Those are the Lamplighters there with Thurston Harris on lead, November 1953. Their second release on the Federal record banner, Give Me, is the name of the tune. You know, Johnny G's not bashful to feature rock and roll 45s here on the Vocal Group Harmony Show because I have tons of them in my collection. Of course, I run thousands and thousands of labels like this label out of Philly. But we move into 1954 with a request for listener Emnon. Now, this group formed in Chester, Pennsylvania, and the Danny, I think it's Sir. Is it Cedrone? Cedrone? I wonder if I pronounced that correct. He formed the group, and he would later become the lead guitarist for Bill Haley and the Comets, and of course on their big hit Rock Around the Clock. But prior to that, he was a member of this group called the Esquire Boys. Now, this song, believe it or not, was written by Bill Haley before and we know Bill Haley recorded this song, but not back in 1952 when it was first recorded on the Rainbow label by these guys. But then in 1954, they re-recorded it, and it came out on the Guidon label. I think this was their pop series, the like the blue label guy. Actually, Guidon wasn't even. I don't think the other series was out yet in 1954. First was on a blue label, and of course, they re-recorded it with Danny Cedrone on lead guitar, but it also included Bob Chartrito on rhythm guitar and Frank Virtue, a.k.a. Frank Virtuoso, on the bass. This charted number 42 on Cashbox. This was a big number 2 record on WDAS in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And, the unfortunate thing was that Danny Cedrone, who played the original guitar on Rock Around the Clock, he never experienced the success of that record. But because before it became a hit, he fell down a flight of stairs and broke his neck and died. He never knew that Rock Around the Clock was one of the biggest selling records. I don't know if it was of all time. But anyway, let's go to September 1954. This is for Emnon, the Esquire Boys on the Guidon label. This is the original version of Rock a Beatin' Boogie. This is for Emnon.
Rock, you take a beat, you take a boogie, you make it sweet, you do the rock-a-bean boogie, see. Oh, the rock-a-bean boogie, B-O-G-I-E. Dancing to the rhythm of the rock-a-bean boogie, rocking to the rhythm of the rock-a-bean boogie, shaking to the rhythm of the rock-a-bean boogie, shuffle to the rhythm of the rock-a-bean boogie, shimmy to the rhythm of the rock-a-bean boogie, B-O-G-I-E. gotta jump, you gotta jive. You do the rock-a-bean boogie, see. Oh, the rock-a-bean boogie, V-O-G-I-E. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba. 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 Dancing, rocking, shaking, shuffling. Gotta shimmy to the rhythm of the rock-a-bean boogie. B-O-G-I-E.
And rock and roll here on the Vinyltreasure Show. That's going out to listener Amnon there. September 1954 release. They recorded it originally in 1952. Different version, though. I think I have it on the Rainbow label. I didn't go check, but I saw that this was filed. The Esquire Boys September 54 release on the Guidon label, Rock-a-Beatin' Boogie. Let's continue here. We stay in 1954. Here's a request for listener Nick Nicola. It's the debut single by this group from Asbury Park, New Jersey. It's on the After Hours label. And for you collectors out there, the true original only comes out, this doesn't come out on a black vinyl, it's only on red vinyl. And of course the music is by the Eddie Swanston Quintet, and it's a classic on the After Hours record label. It features Bobby Thomas on lead. We go back to July 1954. These are the Vibraners. The Vibraners on After Hours, going out to Nick Nicola. It's called Doll Face.
Doll face, you are my one desire. Doll face, you set my soul afire. Can't help it 'cause I'm so in love with you. Can't help it 'cause you thrill me. You thrill me. Please kiss me right away. Take me, 'cause I'm your humble slave. I'll do anything, darling, you want me to. I'll go anywhere, anytime. I'll be grateful to the Lord always for giving me you to love. Just goes to show you, darling, what prayers can do. I pray to God and all my dreams came true. Kiss me right away. Take me, 'cause I'm your humble slave. I'll do anything, darling, you want me to. I'll go anywhere, yes, anytime with you. Oh, darling, I'll be grateful to the Lord always for giving me you to love. Just goes to show you, darling, what prayers can do. I pray to God and all my dreams came true. I pray to God and all my dreams came true.
As by request for Nick Nicola, the Vibraners. Vibraners, who, by the way, they were managed by Esther Navarro. Esther Navarro, before she became the manager of the Cadillacs, she managed this group, the Vibraners. Bobby Thomas on lead, July 1954 on the After Hours record label, going out to Nick Nicola. A classic there called Doll Face. And this label, I think they changed. After Hours became the Chariot label. I'm still looking for the Vibes on the Chariot. I think it's the Vibes on Chariot. I had a chance to get a 78, but it was way too expensive. I can't pay $1,000 for a 78, and I can't do it. I can do 500, but I can't do 1,000. Not for something that potentially might crack. Anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 1954. Now, last week, I featured the highlights for listener Nat Papagallo listening down in Naples, Florida, yes. And the song was called I Found a Love. And I like the flip. I think Evan Blatt in our YouTube chat room, you said you liked the flip side of this 45 also. So let's give it a spin before I file it back down in the No Humidity basement. October 1954. These are the highlights on the OK record label. You flip over I Found a Love, you get this cool tune. The song is called Zanzi.
Oh, you know I love you. Ooh, pretty baby, I need you. I love you. Need you all the time. Oh, pretty baby, I want your good loving. Really, I want you, need you all the time. And when you left me, darling, I didn't know what to do. Now that you have came back, oh, the way you dressed made you look so fancy. Zanzi, that's what you are. Really, I love you, need you all the time. Your face is pretty, you're fine and built. You are just my kind. Romeo was the one you killed. Oh, a lover like me just takes his time, but I really love you, darling. Really, I want you, need you all the time.
Go now.
Jealous type, ooh, from the day we met. 'Cause you thought you were always right. Now you know I need you so, but darling, I love you. Oh, how I crave your, need you all the time.
That's a great sound of the highlights there. October 1954 release on the OK record banner. Song entitled Zanzi, the flip side of I Had a Love. We'll send that one out to Evan Blatt. I like that song too. Let's continue now and move into 1955. Let's send this next tune out to Sugar Bear Sterling and his brother, who is being deployed overseas. Now, the original version of this song was done by the Four Fellows on the Glory label in May of 1955, and it was also recorded by other artists. Mel Williams does a nice version of this, as does this gal. She was dubbed the First Lady of Song. She's from Newport News, Virginia. Now, this charted number 4 on KLBS in Houston, Texas. We're going to send this one out to Sterling and his brother. This is from September 55. Let's give a listen to Ella Fitzgerald and a group in the background here on the Decca record label and her version of the tune, Soldier Boy. This is for Sterling and his brother.
Soldier boy, why feel blue? Don't you believe I will be true? It's written in the blue that I was meant for only you. Soldier boy, why do you cry when you return? I'll rush to your side. It's written in the blue that I was meant for only you. So prove your love is true. I'll be there to say I do, and I'll go by sea or land to make you understand while you're gone. Try to believe my love for you is really for real. It's written in the blue that I was meant for only you. So prove your love is true. I'll be there to say I do, and I'll go by sea and land to make you understand while you're gone. Try to believe my love for you is really for real. It's written in the blue that I was meant for only you. My soldier boy.
Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there by special request going out to Sugar Bear Sterling and his brother, who's being deployed overseas. So we want to send that one out to him. That is Ella Fitzgerald. Her version of Soldier Boy from September 1955 came out on the Decca record label. Let's continue now. We are in 1955. Here's a request for Daniel Kubacki. Now, you know, the Royals out of Detroit, they changed their name to the Midnighters, and they recorded let me see, what do I have here? And they recorded for Sid Nathan's Federal record label. Here is their 14th release. 14th release on the Federal label. It features Hank Ballard on lead. He also co-wrote this tune. This is from October 1955. This is going out to Daniel, the Midnighters. The Midnighters on the Federal label. It's called Don't Change Your Pretty Ways for Daniel. Wrong one there.
I'm coming home.
As going out to Daniel Kubacki there. Hank Ballard and the Midnighters there for October 1955 release. Sid Nathan's Federal record label. The song is called Don't Change Your Pretty Ways is the name of that tune. We are 1955. Let's go back to the Bronx, New York, and been featuring this group over the last couple weeks. I think last week I played their fourth release on George Gollner's Rama record label. The song was called Hey Girl, and I think the previous week I played the flip of that, Love Something That's Made for Two. Well, listener Tom Shaughnessy requested the alternate flip to Rama 174, and we're going to feature it for him right now. And this is going out to Tom Shaughnessy from November 1955, the great Bobby Mansfield on lead. This is Bobby Mansfield and the Wrens on the Rama label, and their tune called Serenade of the Bells. This is for Tom Shaughnessy.
This is the story of two people in love.
In the sleepy town of San Juanito, there's a story that a padre tells. All the gay senor and senorita, that's the serenade of the bells. Seems they asked the padre for permission to be married early in the spring, but their folks had made just one decision, that the mission bells had to ring. Well, everyone knew the bells were broken and hadn't sounded for a long, long time. But one night the village was astounded,
For the bells begin to
chime. Still the bells are broken, goes the story. But if in your heart a new love dwells, they will ring for you and all their glory. That's the serenade of the bells. That's the serenade of the bells.
As going out to Tom Shaughnessy there, the great Wrens, the Wrens on the Rama record label, November 1956. Serenade of the Bells there. That's their, what did I say it was? It says that's their fourth release. Actually, that's the alternate an alternate flip. And Bobby Mansfield not on lead. Frenchy Concepcion, he's the lead. I think that's his name, yes, if I got it right. But how about a twin spin on the Wrens? Actually, Tom asked me to play two by the Wrens. Actually, I have a couple twin spins coming up. Robert Castillo also asked for an A and a B side, so that's coming up. But let's do a twin spin. So this is their fifth release on the Rama label. This is from December 1955. These are the Wrens again for the twin spin, going out to Tom Shaughnessy. It's called I Won't Come to Your Wedding. Messed up there. There you go.
I won't come to your wedding. It would only hurt my pride. All our friends know you left me for the one now at your side. They all know I still love you, and when they play Here Comes the Bride, they'll turn to me and stare. Will be so hard to bear. I'm returning the invitation you sent me, with my heart and a tear and a sigh. I won't come to your wedding, but I wish you happiness, and I'll just say good luck and goodbye. And I'll just say good luck and goodbye. And goodbye. And goodbye. And goodbye.
That's a twin spin with by the Wrens. The Wrens there going out to Tom Shaughnessy. The Wrens there with I Won't Come to Your Wedding, December 1955 release on the Rama label, and Bobby Mansfield on lead. They would have one more release after that, C'est La Vie, their last release on the label. Let's continue now. We are in 1955. Here's a request for Warren Russell in our YouTube chat room for this artist born in Rosedale, Mississippi, had his first release back in 1954 on the Modern label using his real name, which was Dennis Binder, and he was known for his song Longman Blues. Now, here's a tune that he wrote under the name Longman Bender and His Thin Men. Came out on Leonard Allen's United record label out of Chicago. I didn't even know I had this because Warren sent me the email. When was it? Friday, Warren? You sent it to me. So I checked my Ken Klee book. It wasn't checked. But Spence was selling me records, not only group records, but also, R&B records and labels that I run. And I think it was for the last 10 years I didn't update my Ken Klee book. So last night I was up till like 4 a.m. looking for requests. Like I said, I couldn't find a Robbins request. I think Amnon requested a Robbins, and he also requested a Swinging Hearts that I have on the Magic Touch label. I couldn't find it, or somebody requested that. So I said, let me look through some of these B boxes here just for fun. And lo and behold, I found this promo copy of it. So Warren, I found it. There you go. So this is going out to Warren Russell, October 1955, Longman Longman, is it Bender? I said Binder. Bender, we'll call it. And his Thin Men on the United record label out of Chicago. It's called I'm a Lover.
Why, women to me are the spark of life. I don't need just one to call my wife. All I need four, maybe a dozen more. I'm a real gone lover. I want everybody to know. Oh yeah. Ooh doo-be-da, yeah. Now you fellas gone and settle down with one. Man, you know you're missing all the fun. Shuck, I don't have to argue to stay out late. Cause I'm a real gone lover, boy. And I was born that way. Oh, they better than great lover ain't no technique. You can't learn on a day, you got to be born that way. You gotta learn to love them with the lights down low. When they're knocking too close, look out there, Joe. If you don't believe what I say, there's the girl back there next door. Ooh. Oh, they better I do your day, your day, your day. I do the day, your day, your day. I'll scream ya, papa, scream ya, that and do
There you go. That's going out to Warren Russell, October 1955. Longman Bender. I think that's how you say it. And his Thin Men. Johnny G wishes he was thin. I can tell you that much. Hey, that's on Leonard Allen's United record label. I'm a Lover is the name of that tune. We move into 1956 now with a flip side from last week. I played a request for George Tompkins on Johnny Otis's Ultra record label, which would turn into the Dig record label. It was called Honest I Do by Sel Foster and the Audios. And George also wanted the flip side, as well as Marvin Pod and listener Timothy in our YouTube chat room. So we're going to flip it over here. Played my yellow copy, the first press yellow copy, which isn't as clean as the maroon copy that I have. So I figured tonight I'd play the maroon copy. This is from January 1956. It's going out to George Tompkins, Marvin Pod, and Timothy. Sel Foster and the Audios. A great two-sided 45 on the Ultra label. It's called I Prayed for You.
Be-doo, 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 do-do-do-do-do-do, be-doo.
I prayed for you. You're the answer to my prayers, my dear. Please come on to me and stay right here. Because I will love you forever. My dear, I will believe in me. Yes, our love will live again. If you really do love me, darling, I loved you all the time you were gone. And now that I have you in my arms, I want to tell you, remind you to stay here forever. Please don't leave me anymore. Yes, our love will be so clear. Yes, our love will be within. Because I will love you forever, forever, forever and a day.
Sounds of California here on the Vinyltreasure Show. That's January 56. On the Ultra label, Sel Foster and the Audios, that's going out to George Tompkins, Marvin Pott, and Timothy. Sel Foster and the Audios, the flip side of Honest I Do, another ballad, I Prayed for You, is the name of that tune. Let's continue now. Let's go to Philadelphia, back to Philadelphia, this time to the Sound record label, who Bernie Lowe, I think, owned the Sound record label. This is a request for listener Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room. And this group first recorded for the Coral label in 1954. I have that release, or other release, or couple that they do on Coral, maybe, I'm not sure. But they also recorded on Teen Records, on Casino Records, and this is on Bernie Lowe's Sound record label out of Philadelphia, written by Lee Stone. And it's from 1956. Here's Billy Duke and his Dukes on the Sound label. This is for Joe Shacatano. It's called By Now.
By now, I must confess, why should you die and guess can't be without your happiness? By now, I must confess, yes, by now, you must have known my love for you has grown. My heart is true, not made of stone. By now, you must have known. I told you just how I feel, and this time I know it's real. I could put you back on the shelf, but I'd only be fooling myself. Well, by now, don't want your lie. Please make our love divine. My love is sweet, like fruits of the vine. By now, your love is mine. I told you just how I feel, and this time I know it's real. I could put you back on the shelf, but I'd only be fooling myself. Well, by now, don't want your lie. Please make our love divine. of the vine. By now, your love is mine.
There you go. That's going out to Joe Shacatano in our YouTube chat room there. Billy Duke and his Dukes from 1956. That's on the Sound label out of Philadelphia. It's called By Now. By now, you know, Johnny G's got a few 45's in his collection. I enjoy doing the Vinyl Treasure Show. It was funny. Somebody posted on my YouTube wall. He said to me, "You must have a lot of confidence in yourself." I said, "Really?" I said, "I do, because I like to play these. This is the only time I get to play my records." And he said, "If you think anybody's going to listen to your show for 3 hours, that's not happening." I said, "Really?" I said, "Really?" And I think YouTube took it off. I think it was 2 people commented on there. I was kind of pissed about that. But if he doesn't like it, he can turn to something else. If you don't like it, you can go somewhere else. But listen, I get my enjoyment. You can share in my enjoyment if you like. And I hope you're digging on the cool tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 1956. Go to Detroit, Michigan for this next request for listener Ronnie Sherman. Ronnie, thank you for your requests. I hope you found some cool records today at the Springfield, New Jersey Record Show. I should hop in there one day. It's not that far from Johnny G. I should just show up there. Maybe I'll find something. I was talking to Surik a couple weeks ago. He says some stuff turns up there. There's a couple of dealers I probably can buy some records from, but I hope you found something, Ronnie. But this group had 4 releases on the RCA subsidiary Groove label. Now, Ronnie requested their third. It features Eugene Ronnie Hamilton on lead. We go to June 1956. Give a listen to the Nightcaps, the great Nightcaps. All their records are excellent on the Groove label. It's called You May Not Know. This is for Ronnie.
You may not know, but there's one who'll always love you. You may not know where they are or what they're doing, but if you search, you'll find the one who really loves you. If you believe your life can start anew. Until today I never told you I love you with all my heart, 'cause I never dreamed I could hold you. Won't you give our love a start? You may not know, but I love you, and you only. You may not know how I want you here with me. You may not know that my heart is oh so lonely. Will you give in and help my life begin anew?
That's the great sound of the Nightcaps there. That's going out to Ronnie Sherman there, June 1956, on the Groove label, subsidiary of RCA Records. You May Not Know. Now, the lead singer there, Eugene Hamilton, he would later go solo as Ronnie Savoy, and a member of this group, Al Hamilton, would later go solo and record as Al Kent. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. If you have any requests, you can send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. If you have questions, somebody had a question in the chat room about a record, and you send me your question at vinyltreasures Powers at AOL.com. I multitask when I do the show, so I'm doing a lot of things at the same time here to keep the records going and keep the chat room going and to keep the emails going and keep the Facebook going. So it's all a lot of fun for Johnny G. But if you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel and also click the bell to get notifications. Give me a thumbs up too. I would appreciate that as we continue here on the Vinyltreasure show. And we head to Philadelphia now for the very first release to come out on the Red Top record label. This label owned by band leader Doc Bagby and Melvin Schwartz and Irving Nathan, and it's a debut single for this group called The Students, not to be confused with the I'm So Young Students that recorded for the Note and Checker label. That is a different group, but this group recorded for Red Top Records. It features Collie Williams on lead. This charted number 9 on WKBW in Buffalo, New York. This is from August 1957. Kenny Mack requested this. I almost missed that. This is going out to Kenny Mack, who I did not see in chat tonight, but he'll listen on the archive. August 1957, The Students on the Red Top label. It's called Mommy and Daddy for Kenny.
Hey, mommy and daddy and mommy and daddy, whoa, mommy and daddy and mommy and daddy, whoa,
Mommy and daddy and mommy and daddy, whoa, whoa.
I love my mother and my father too.
And mommy
I'll always love them through and through. I love them like candy, they're sweet to me. I'll always love them to eternity. Well, mother and father too. I'll always love you, 'cause your heart is true.
wow, 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 wow.
I love my mother and my father too. I'll always love them through and through. Hey!
That's the sound of The Students here on the Vinyltreasure show. The Students out of Philadelphia on the Red Top record label, August 1957 release. Going out to Kenny Mack, Mommy and Daddy is the name of the tune. Collie Williams, the lead singer on that. Now, Collie would later become the lead singer of the Allures, Allures, that recorded for the Melron record label. It's a little older, but a little more soulfuler on those releases on Melron. Let's continue here. We are in 57. Here, this one's going out to Timothy in our YouTube chat room, as this group included 3 members of the Rhythm Aces that recorded for the VJ record label. One of those members was Vince Howard, a.k.a. Vince House, and he's doing lead on this tune. It's their first of 2 on Lou Bedell's Era record label. So let's send this one out to Timothy in our YouTube chat room. They're called The Planets. The Planets from April 57 on the Era label. It's called Stand There Mountain. This is for Timothy, and I know George likes this too.
Stand there, mountain, with your head in the sky. You've never loved, so you don't have to cry. Stand there, mountain, with your feet in the sea. You look so strong, yet you're so much like me. For some day an earthquake may tear at your heart, then you'll be afraid, but that's only the start for you. For mountain, just a weakling like me. That's why I stand here praying for fools such as we. For you, for mountain, just a weakling like me. That's why I stand here praying for fools such as we.
Thunder Mountain.
As going out to Timothy in our YouTube chat room. Timothy, they like that request you selected there. Very nice tune by The Planets. That was a #1 record on KELLO in Sioux Falls, San Diego, believe it or not. A big #1 record there by The Planets there, April 1957 on the Era label, Stand There Mountain. Now, they first recorded on Era 1035 as the Magic Tones. That record, Never Again and The Back Door, they came out as the Magic Tones. I have that record. That is really a rare 45 with the Magic Tones name of the group, but then they changed the name on Era 1038 to The Planets. But then it was Never Again backed with Stand There Mountain as the flip. I don't know if it was on that second release, but anyway, yeah, maybe it was. Johnny G losing his mind tonight. Let's continue. Let's go to Baltimore, Maryland with this request for listener Robert Castillo in our YouTube chat room. They recorded for Zell Sanders' J&S label out of the Bronx, New York. Now, she heard them singing backstage at a show she was attending when they were known as the Ecuadors, but she said that they needed to change their name in order to record for her, and they changed their name to The Plants. They signed with J&S Records. The result was this 45. This is the intended A-side because Robert requested both sides of the record, so it's going to be an instantaneous flip side. So it features George Jackson on lead. This is from October 1957. This is going out to Robert. The Plants on J&S. It's called Dear, I Swear.
Oh, way, that no one takes her love away, 'cause she's mine, all mine, and she's mine, everything. Well, she's an angel, and this the girl I'm speaking of, 'cause I love her, yes I love her, and she's the girl I'm speaking of, 'cause she's mine, all mine, and she's mine, everything. Mine, and she's out of mine. I love her, yes I do, and she knows my love is such as this love throughout the passing years, and I'll never know, I'll never shed no tears, 'cause she's mine, all mine, and she's mine, everything. My girl, so divine, and she's part of mine. Yes, I love her, yes I do, and she knows my love is such as this love throughout the passing years, and I'll never know, I'll never shed no tears, 'cause she's mine, all mine, and she's mine, everything.
There you go. That's for Robert Castillo. He requested The Plants. We went from the planets to the plants. This is October 1957. It's the group's debut single on Zell Sanders' J&S record label out of the Bronx, New York. Song entitled Dear I Swear. Now, Robert also requested the flip. So Johnny G going to do an instant flip over of this 45 here, and it's from October 1957. These are the Plants, the B-side to Dear I Swear, and it features George Jackson on lead. The song is called It's You. This is for Robert.
Doriana, 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 yeah. It is you in my heart. It was you from the start. I can tell.
go. That's going out. Let me see. It's going out to Robert Castillo there, an A and a B side there. Let me see if I had... No, I did not have it on that side there. So, Charlene, we got to change that. Those are the Plants. The Plants, a twin spin by the Plants, the A and B side there. Earlier we heard Dear I Swear. That was the A side from October 1957 on JNS. That side featured George Jackson. The flip side, as Marvin Pod states, it features James Lawson on lead. The Plants from October 57, It's You. Now, that singer, George Jackson, he has another release that came out on the Les K record label. It was from 1962. It's called Watching the Rainbow. That's a good record, not easy to find either. And for you collectors out there, if you are looking for the original of this, the true first presses have the address at the time, 107 South Tiffany Street, Bronx, New York, on the label. That's how you can tell the first presses versus the second presses. Anyway, let's continue here. We are in 1957, and speaking of Robert, last week he requested the Collegians, their debut single. The Collegians out of Harlem, New York, their debut single on Ben Smith's Extra label, with Harlan Jackson on lead. It was called Heavenly Night, but that was the B-side. I think it was Marvin Pod and Darrell Letts requested the A-side. As we stay in 1957 for the Collegians, Harlan Jackson on lead. This is the A-side. This I first heard on the Gus Gossard show. Very hard to find this record on the small print extra. I think my copy, I got it out of Rich Crizz's collection, which may have been Nick Nicola's record. I'm not sure. But that's where Spence sold me this record. I think from Rich, though. These are the Collegians from 1957 on the extra label, going out to Marvin and Darrell. It's called Let's Go for a Ride.
Let's go for a ride.
Let's go for a ride, my dear. The night is warm and clear. Won't you come and sit right here? Please don't say no. Please don't say no. Let's go for a ride, my sweetie. I want a septic feet. So come right in the sea. Go with me for a ride, for a ride. Warm and comfortable, I bought it just for you. Won't you come and sit right down and enjoy its comfort too? Let's go for a ride, my dear. The night is warm and clear. Won't you come and sit right here? Go with me for a ride, for a ride. Just for you. Won't you come and sit right down and enjoy its comfort too? Let's go for a ride, my sweetie. I want a septic feet. So come right in the sea. Go with me for a ride, for a ride. Well, let's go for a ride. 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 Let's go for a ride.
There you go. That's going out to Marvin Pod and Darrell Letts. Those are the Collegians. The Collegians there. That's the A-side from 1957 on the extra record label. Harlan Jackson on lead. Let's go for a wide, a wide, as Elmer Fudd would say. But anyway, how about a twin spin on the Collegians? This is actually a request for listener Jerry Nazin. There you go. I said it right. Jerry Nazin. That's how you say it. Anyway, another Gus Gossard favorite. He used to play this one a lot. And, of course, this group out of the Sugar Hill section of Harlem, New York. And I mentioned their first release was on the extra label, but they recorded 3 on Paul Winley's Winley record label. This is their first, and it's a classic. Harlan Jackson returns as the lead. And for you collectors out there, the true first press has to be the small print. There's so many variations of this. I have a styrene copy of this that I bought from Disco Disc for 75 cents when I was in high school via mail order. But anyway, this is for Jerry Nazen. This is from 57, the Collegians, their follow-up to Let's Go for a Ride. It's called, December 57, Johnny G losing his mind. The follow-up to Let's Go for a Ride on Winley Records, it's called Zoom, Zoom, Zoom.
Boom, 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 boom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Did zoom, 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 zoom. Did zoom, 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 zoom. Did boom, 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 boom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Did zoom, 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 zoom.
That's a copy that actually plays lots of these presses are very grainy on the original press of the Collegians. That one plays exceptionally well, I'd have to say. The Collegians there, Harlan Jackson and the Collegians, 1957, Paul Winley's Winley record. December 1957, Paul Winley's Winley record label, Zoom, Zoom, Zoom. Yes, the flip is excellent too. We will get to the flip next week. Lino said that. So we'll play that for Lino next week. Let's continue here and let's go to this next request for Joe Shacatano, as this group got together and recorded while they were attending Carver High School in Chicago, Illinois. This was their only release on Howard Denton's Park label. Now, the song was written by the lead singer of the group. His name is Albert Sullivan. And this is going out to Joe Shacatano. He requested the Four Gents, a rare 45, the Four Gents on the Park label from 57. It's called On Bended Knee. This is for Joe.
Love me, why did you go? Come on back, baby, because I love you so. On bended knees, please come
come back home. I need your lips so close to mine. Come on, pretty baby, don't waste no time. On bended knees, please come back home.
That's going out to Joe Shacatano, another killer record that those listening in the YouTube chat room, they're digging on that tune by the Four Gents. 1957 on the Park label. It's out of Chicago. On Bended Knee is the name of the tune. Albert Sullivan is the lead singer. Now in 1958, half of this quartet would split. And Albert Sullivan, the lead, and John Staples joined with two others to form the Belvederes on the Trend label. The other two labels left to form the Twilights on the Impact label back in 1963. But that is not an easy record to find on the Park label. Both releases on Park, I forget the other one, but I bought them at the same time. They were not cheap, I can tell you that much. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Hope you're digging on the tunes. If you're new to the program, new to Vinyl Treasures, and watching on YouTube, please subscribe to my channel. You can send me emails and requests. Chipper, send me an email at vinyltreasures@aol.com. I get inundated with requests. When I get 60 requests or 70 requests on a week, I have to get up 70 times to pull the record boxes out to find these records. Of course, it can take me as long as 4 hours to do that, and those are unfiled records. So it takes a long time to put the show together. It's very easy to drag an MP3 to your player, but it's not that easy to find the 45s, especially when you have so many like I do. So you have to be patient for your requests, but I need to get them in advance so I can look for them. Anyway, as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, we are in 57, and we go back out to California. Now, I played a request from my number one California listener last week, Mady Campboy. She requested this girl group called The Dreams on the Flip label. Of course, they backed up Richard Berry on many of his releases, especially on the Flip label. Now, Mady requested the side called Since You've Been Gone, but let's give a listen to the flip side before it goes back down in the no humidity basement. The tune written by Richard Berry for this group, The Dreamers, and it features Janelle Hawkins on lead. We go back to February 1957, The Dreamers on Flip. It's called Do Not Forget.
You pray we'll never part. Darling, time waits for no one but you. Please do not forget. Time waits for no one but you. Do not forget. Time waits for no one but you.
Those are the Dreams there. Janelle Hawkins and the Dreams, February 57 release. Came out on the Flip record label. Do Not Forget is the name of the tune. They would re-release that record, I think, in 60 or 61 as Janelle Hawkins and the Dreamers to coincide with their hit, I think, Moments, that came out on that silver label. What was it, Symbol Record? No, what was that label? That silver label that she had Moments on. I draw a blank on Saturday nights. Anyway, let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 1957. Here's filling a request now for listener Ronnie Sherman as we go to New Haven, Connecticut for the great Five Satins. Now, when Fred Paris went into the service, Bill Baker, he took over the lead with the Five Satins, and here is their sixth release on the Ember record label, and Bill Baker on lead here. This is for Ronnie Sherman, November 1957, Al Silver's Ember Records for this one, the Five Satins for Ronnie. It's called Love with No Love in Return. For Ronnie.
Despite the fact it's a wonderful world with many treasures concerned, the very worst thing that could ever be is love, no love in return. Your pocket may be empty, your future may be dark, but if there's someone who loves you, you don't know how lucky you are. I've traveled around to the faraway land, and here's one thing I've learned: there's nothing as bad as a fellow who's had love, no love in return. In return, I'm thankful, my dear, that you'll always be near, for you are all that I yearn, and wherever I go, I will never ever know love, your love, with no love.
As going out to Ronnie Sherman, the great sound of the Five Satins. That's Bill Baker on lead, though. Bill Baker and the Five Satins, November 1957, release Al Silver's Ember record label for that one. Love with No Love in Return is the name of the tune. Hope you're digging on these cool records here. We're going to join the Oldies and More Radio Network beginning at 12 midnight tonight, so let's continue here. This is a request for my number one California listener, Mady Campway. She requested the Cadillacs, and in the spring of 1957, the group split up. There was fighting amongst the group members, but they remain, though, on Jerry Blaine's Josie record label. Both parties that separated remained on the label, and one of the groups was called the Original Cadillacs, and the other one remained the same as the Cadillacs. Now, the Original Cadillacs, led by Earl Carroll, and the other continued as just the Cadillacs, as I mentioned, with Jimmy Bailey on lead. So here's a request for Matey with the Original Cadillacs that features Earl Speedo Carroll on lead as we go back to June 1957 on Jerry Blaine's Josie record label. The Original Cadillacs, going out to Matey. It's called Harry Home.
How it rained, my heart was broken, so full of pain, and I want you to hurry home to me. I grabbed my pillow, so tight. How I remember squeezing you that night, and I want you to hurry home to me. Everyone thought we'll never part, and you would be my wife. Nobody knows how the story goes unless they have lived this life. If we should ever meet again, want you to know my heart's in pain, and I want you to hurry home to me. And I want you to hurry home to me.
As going out to Matey Campoy there. The sound of the Cadillacs, the Original Cadillacs on that one. It's from June 1957. Jerry Blaine's Josie record label. Harry Home is the name of that tune. Let's continue now. We fill a request for listener Kenny Mack. He wanted to hear the Drifters on the Atlantic record label, as this one charted nationally. This was a number 69 Billboard charted record, was also number 10 on the Billboard R&B chart, and it's their follow-up to I Gotta Get Myself a Woman, and it features Johnny Moore, the great Johnny Moore on lead, written by Jerry Lieber and Mike Stoller, January 1957. Let's give a listen to the Drifters. This is for Kenny Mack. The Drifters on Atlantic. It's called Fools Fall in Love.
Well, fools fall in love in a hurry. Fools give their hearts much too soon, just to play them 2 bars of stardust, just hang out one silly moon. And they've got their love just burning, when they should be playing it cool. I used to laugh, but now I understand. Shake the hand of a brand new fool. Well, fools fall in love just like build their castles on wishes with only rainbows to beam. Oh, they're making plans for the future when they should be right back in school. I used to laugh, but now I understand. Shake the hand of a brand new fool. When they should be right back in school. I used to laugh, but now I understand. Shake the hand of a brand new fool.
That's going out to Kenny Mack there, the great Drifters. Johnny Moore and the Drifters, January 1957. It's on the Atlantic record label Fools Fall in Love. I always liked that record. I did. We are in 1957. Here's a request for Rick in Philly. This group is from Harlem, New York. This is their debut single on Danny Robinson's Holiday record label. It features Johnny Jackson on lead. It's going out to Rick in Philly, December 57. Give a listen to The Ladders. The Ladders on the Holiday label. It's called I Want to Know. That's going out to Rick in Philly there. The great sound of The Ladders from December 1957. That's on Danny Robinson's Holiday record label, I Want to Know. is the name of the tune. They have another great two-sided 45, came out on the Vest record label. I know you guys know that 45. We continue here. Let's move into 1958 now. Now let's go to Danny Robinson's brother's label, Bobby Robinson's Fury record label for this one. This is a request for Joe Shacatano. This group is out of New York, and they're called The Emotions. And the lead singer on this, his name is Bill Rodriguez. Bill Rodriguez on lead. This is from March 1958. These are The Emotions, going out to Joe Shacatano on the Fury label. The song is called Candlelight. This is for Joe.
All alone by the candlelight, I sit and wait for you, hoping you'll remember, dear, I'm still in love with you. I'm trying to recall, my dear, what drove us apart. If you don't return your love, you'll only break my heart. This candle I am burning is deep within my heart. I keep this candle burning and hope you'll remember the day we had to part. I'm trying to recall, my dear, what drove us apart. If you don't return your love, you'll only break my
March 1958, release there on the Fury label by request for Joe Shacatano. They're called The Emotions. The song is called Candlelight. In 1959, they had another release on the Fury label as The Three Emotions. Found that record locally for 35 cents. Can't go wrong for spending 35 cents on a Fury 45, that is for sure. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes. If you enjoyed the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Tell your friends about it. I should put a copyright on this, what I do, as to show all these cool labels. It's just a lot of fun for Johnny G to do it if it doesn't show. But we continue here. Now, on last week's Vinyltreasure show, speaking of Joe, I played a request for Joe by the Spydels. They're out of New York, but it was released on a Philadelphia label, Crosley Records. The song was called Dear Joan, and Al Brown associated with this group somehow. Now, listeners, Darrell Letts and George Tompkins requested the flip. This is from November 1958. Let's flip over Dear Joan by the Spydels. You get this cool tune on the Crosley label. We'll send it out to George and Darrell. The song is one two-letter word. It's called No.
It's hard to deny you anything, because I love you so. But this is one time, darling, that I must tell you no.
Oh, baby, do
No, never let you go. I won't let you
telling you no, 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 no. Never leave you go. Leave you go. I love you. You've been right over me, and yet you go. I'll be honest, darling. I'm telling you no, 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 no. Never leave you, no. Leave you, no. I love you.
Those are the Spydels. That's going out to Daryl and George, November 1958. Song entitled No came out on the Crosley record label out of Philadelphia. Let's go back out to Los Angeles, California now with a request for Timothy. Timothy's been giving us some good requests, some excellent requests. Thank you, Timothy, for requesting these cool records, as this group previously had 2 releases on Dootsy Williams' Dutone record label. They signed with Dorinda and Hype Morgan's Deck label out of Hollywood, California for 2 more releases. This is their first, and it features Herman Pruitt on lead. Let's go back to September of 1958 for the Calvanes. The Calvanes on the Deck label. This is for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. It's called My Love Song. Johnny G don't want to ruin his needle on this.
I love you, honest I do. Let's let our hearts entwine and always say you're mine, lover divine. Please let our hearts combine and always say you'll be mine. All my love I give to you. Take it, don't make me blue. I think of you every night and day. Until then I'll say you're my creature divine. Please let our hearts combine and always say you'll be mine. Please let our hearts combine and always say you'll be mine.
Those are the Calvanes. What is with that record? The Calvanes. Calvanes there out of Los Angeles, California, as I lost my place, September 1958. That's the first of two on the Deck label. Herman Pruitt on lead. Song entitled My Love Song is the name of that one. We are in 1958. Let's continue here with a request for Amnon. And here are the Royal Holidays. The Royal Holidays, they're a group out of Detroit, Michigan. And Vernon Williams, he's the lead singer. And this record came out on two labels. Came out on the, first on the Penthouse label, and also came out on the Carlton label. Actually, the interesting thing about this is I had a request for both sides of this 45 this week. So who's playing this record? But up first is a request for listener Amnon. Then we're going to flip it over. Actually, I'm going to play it on the Penthouse label for Rick and Philly. But I decided to play the Carlton first. So this features Vernon Williams on lead. He first recorded with a group called the Quail Tones back in 1955. And later he recorded with the Satin Tones that recorded for Motown. And also the Pyramids that recorded for the Cub label. But this is from June 58. This is for Amnon, the Royal Holidays on Carlton. The song is called Margaret.
Yakky sacky yakky sacky yak. Yakky sacky yakky sacky yak. Yakky sacky yakky sacky yak. Yakky sacky yakky sacky yak.
Hey, hey, Margaret, you know I love you so. I'll never let you go. Yes, I love you so. Oh, Margaret, oh please stay here. You know I want you, dear. Yes, I love you so. I'll follow you across the sea and all the way around the world. I love you, dear. Oh, can't you see? You're a man, a only girl. Hey, Margaret, you know I love you so. I'll never let you go. Yes, I love you so. I'll follow you across the sea and all the way around the world. I love you, dear. Oh, can't you see? You're my only girl. Hey, Margaret, you know I love you so. I'll never let you go. Yes, I love you so.
Yakky sacky yakky sacky yak.
Way,
Yakky yakky sacky yak.
oh, hey,
Yakky yakky sacky yak.
oh, hey, hey,
As going out to Amnon, the Royal Holidays there with with Vernon Williams on lead, June 1958 release. Featured it on the second label on the Carlton record label there. Song entitled Margaret. Now, George Tompkins wanted Johnny G and I think Nick to flip it over. Of course, that would have been a definite, but Rick and Philly beat you guys out. You didn't hear it. By the time you heard it, you already typed it, I guess. But anyway, this is for Rick and Philly. He requested the flip sides of this Royal Holidays group. They're out of Detroit, Michigan. Now, this side charted number 24 on WJBK in Detroit, Michigan. Again, features Vernon Williams on lead. This is the first press, came out on the Penthouse record label, which was then picked up by Carlton Records, Joe Carlton's Carlton label. This is from June 58, the Royal Holidays on Penthouse. This is the ballad side. It's called I'm Sorry, parentheses, I Did You Wrong. This is going out to Rick and Philly. As going out to Rick and Philly in the YouTube chat room, June 58, the Royal Holidays, Vernon Williams and the Royal Holidays on the Penthouse label. That's the first label. Song entitled I'm Sorry, parentheses, I Did You Wrong. And yes, George, the same Royal Holidays that recorded Down in Cuba on the Herald record label, as I almost draw a blank. We are 1958. Let's go with a flip side from a couple weeks ago on the June 25th show. I played a request for Jerry Nazen. He requested Don't Be Jealous by the Isley Brothers, a great group out of Cincinnati, Ohio. First recording for the Teenage label back in 1957, but they signed with George Gollner, and this song first issued in August 57 on the Mark X record label, but Goldner put it out on Cindy with a different flip side, which is probably, that's the reason why the record sells more on the Cindy label, because it's a great two-sided 45. I think the flip on the original was called Rockin' McDonald, actually a pretty cool dance record, but two ballads on the Cindy press, and it's a request for listener George Tompkins. This is from June 1958, the Isley Brothers, Ronald Isley on lead. This is on the Cindy label, the Shadow Print Cindy for the first press. The song is called This Is the End. This is for George.
This is the end. There's no greater love than this, and the sweet beginning was your kiss. This is the end. This is the most. Never felt this way before, and I want you near me evermore. This is the most. Oh yes, my darling, there were others whose lips I tasted, I confess, but I've forgotten all the others for my one true happiness. This is the end. Now my search for love is through, for this heart of mine needs only you. This is the end. This is the end. Now my search for love is through, for this heart of mine needs only you. This is the
Those are the Isley Brothers. Isley Brothers out of Cincinnati, Ohio. That's going out to George Tompkins in our YouTube chat room. June 58 released on the Cindy label. This is the end. It is not the end, not till after midnight. Probably get off about maybe 12:30 or so. That's what it looks like. We're moving along pretty well here as we continue here. And we move into 1959 as the Avons return. We heard them real early in the show. We opened up with an up-tempo, their first release, Our Love Will Never End. And this is a request for Daniel Kubacki, this great group out of Englewood, New Jersey. They return with their This is their fifth release from December of 1959, Bob Lee on Lee. These are the Avons on the Hull label. It's called What Love Can Do. This is for Daniel.
What love can do to you, what love can do to you. Love can break your heart in two and make you feel so very blue. That's what love can do to you. Love can do to you. What love can do to you. What love can do to you. Love can make you settle down and stop there running around. That's what love can do to you. Love can do to you. Take my heart steady now. It's not used to being pushed around. Take my heart, treat it right. Broken hearts and all suicides. What love can do to you. What love can do to you. Love can make you feel so good, just the way it really should. That's what love can do to you. Love can do to you. Take my heart steady now. It's not used to being pushed around. Take my heart, treat it right. Broken hearts and all suicides. What love can do to you. What love can do to you. Love can make you feel so good, just the way it always should. That's what love can do to you. Love can do to you. That's what love can do to you. Love can do to you.
As going out to Daniel Kubacki, December 59, the Avons there, Bob Lee and the Avons, their fifth release, fifth of 7 on the Hull label. What Love Can Do is the name of the tune. We're going to flip that 45 over for next Saturday's show. Let's continue here for this next group. They're from the South Bronx. They had earlier releases, one on Julius Dixon's Timely label, another one on the Brunswick label. I think I played it not too long ago. I think Kenny requested the side called Gasoline, but this is a request for Nick Nicola in our YouTube chat room from December of 1959. This came out on the Cub label. Let's give a listen to the J-Tones. The J-Tones on the Cub label for Nick Nicola from December 59. It's called My Only Love. For Nick.
Da, da, da. Ooh.
May
request for Nick Nicola there, the J-Tones, from December 1959. It's on the Cub record label. My Only Love is the name of the tune. Kitty Leeds here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. We are in 1959. Let's go out to Los Angeles, California with a request for Timothy. And this group first recorded on the Ardell record label. You know their song, The Way You Look Tonight. Here's one they did on Art LeBeau's Original Sound label. Has Sonny Chaney on lead. This charted number 8 on KQV in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is from September 1959. Let's give a listen to the Jaguars. The Jaguars on Original Sound. We send it out to Timothy. The song is called Thinking of You.
Thinking of you.
I thought that record would be long enough. This record is 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Anyway, there you go. That's going out. That's going out to listener Timothy there, the Jaguars. They're all singing on that, although floating tenor there. Floating tenor in the background, which sounds pretty good. September 1959, it's on the Original Sound record label, Art LeBeau's label. Thinking of You is the name of the tune, as Johnny G is out of breath for that quick jaunt. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. And on the April 30th, 2022 show, I played a request for listener Emnon. The song was called Oh Baby Love, as done by a group called the Twilights on the Finesse record label. Now, Rick in Philly requested the flip side, as did Daryl Letts, who requests all the B-sides. You got to understand, if I were to take requests every week from the listeners and play all the B-sides, Johnny G would be here for 8 hours. Be here for 8 hours. So you have to hold tight on some of the B-sides here, because I fit them in. I get the requests, I look at the tempos, and then I mix and match the sounds. That's how I do it. So we're getting to, this is a request for Rick in Philly, and it's actually an old request for Daryl Letts, because he requested the flip side. This is a group from the Bronx, New York. They were called the Twilights. This came out on Gene I'm reading Charlene's notes. Gene Malice's Finesse label. It features the lead of Robert Bobby Perryman, who previously sang with the Juveniles on the Mode record label. I played them last week, remember that? Plus two of other members, Joseph Durant and Claude Chanette. And this is a cover of a tune done back in 1952 by Betty McLaurin. She did this on the Derby label back in 1952. I have that record, by the way. This charted number 20 on WMGM here in New York City. This is from November 59. This is for Rick and Philly. And a flip side request for Daryl, the Twilights on Finesse, and their rendition of the tune, My Heart Belongs to Only You. That's the sound of the Twilights there. It's going out to Rick and Philly and Daryl Letts, November 59. On the Finesse label, My Heart Belongs to Only You. And this group would again sign with the Empress label and change their name to the Embers and record the song Solitaire. That was actually a New York hit. Pretty sure that was a New York hit. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show as we move into 1960 now, and we go back to Detroit, Michigan with a request from my number one California listener, Mady Campwell. Now, two members of this group, Otis Williams and Melvin Franklin, would join Motown's Temptations, but prior to that, they were members of this group called The Distance, and this first issued on the Northern label in February of 1960. It was then picked up by Warwick Records in May of 1960. It features Richard, I think they have Strict on here, but it's Richard Street. Richard Street, he's the lead singer. I'm featuring it on the original press. This is on the Northern label. I forgot to show you my other copies of these records, which I will now. But this is going out to Matey Campboy, February 1960, The Distance, Richard Street on lead on Warwick Records. The song is called Always. Matey. As Richard Strick, a.k.a. Richard Street, on lead there with The Distance, May 1960. Featured it on the Northern label, February 1960. May 1960 was the Warwick release. Those are The Distance with a song entitled Always. As we continue, here we are in 1960. Played a request from Mike Sape last week by the Vocaliers out of Harlem, New York, and featured their release on the Vest record label, The Night is Quiet, and featured Caesar Williams on lead. Let's flip the 45 over, because I think it was George Tompkins that requested the flip side of this. From late 1960, the Vocaliers on Vest. I'm going to send it out to George Tompkins. It's called Hear My Plea.
could I say,
That's going out to George Tompkins there. Those are the Vocaliers. Vocaliers, as I lost my place there, late 1960, the Vocaliers on the Vest record label, The Night, Hear My Plea. It was Mike Sape that requested the flip side, The Night is Quiet, and George Tompkins says hello to Mike Sape, as I got a request coming up right after this next record. Mike Sape's request coming up next here. But here's a request for Nick Nicola as we go back to Cincinnati, Ohio, as these guys met while they were in high school. They were managed by WNOP disc jockey Ernie Waits, sent demos to Herman Lubinsky originally, owner of Savoy Records, and he signed them, and they recorded for the Savoy record label with their first 3 releases. Then they went to Federal Records for 2 releases, and then 2 more on this label out of Nashville, Tennessee. It's called Showboat Records. And Nick Nicola requested their second and their best one, by the way, of the 2 on the Showboat label. This is from July 1960. Luther Bond on lead. Luther Bond and the Emeralds. This is on the Showboat label. This is by request for Nick Nicola. It's called Someone to Love Me. The Luther Bond and the Emeralds. This is for Nick.
My lonely heart begs and pleads for true love. That's what I need. I need someone to love me. And I know that somewhere there is a girl who really cares. And I will wait for someone to love me. My life will never be complete without her love. Without love, I can't go on. I'm so tired of living alone. I'll serve, and I will serve. Then I will know true happiness. The day that the day I find someone to love me, someone to love.
That's the great sound of Luther Bond and the Emeralds by request for Nick Nicola there, July 1960 release. Their second release on the Showboat record label, Someone to Love Me. That's their harder one to get and their best one on the Showboat label. As we continue here, and we move into 1961 now with a request for Mike Sape. Now, this next gal, she was crowned Miss Philadelphia and Miss Pennsylvania 1956. Her name is Sandy Powell, and she married Lenny Rocco, who had a vocal group that had their own releases and on their own. And this is her first. Her first release was in 1958 on the Singular label. Then in 1960. Or late night or 1960, she recorded this, and she's backed up by her husband's group. They were Lenny and the Rocks, and Lenny gets writer credit on this. This came out on the Philadelphia Impala label. Then 1 year later, Al Silver picked it up, released it on the Herald record label, which I have also, but I'm featuring the Impala release here. This is going out to Mike Sape, January 61, Sandy Powell on the Impala label. The song is called Bon Bon. This is for Mike Sape.
Bon, 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 bon. Whoop, dip, dip. Bon, 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 bon. Why didn't you and hurt me so? I love you so.
As going out to Mike Sape, that's Sandy Powell. Sandy Powell and the uncredited Lenny and the Rocks backing her up there. January 61 release on the Impala label. Bon Bon is the name of that tune. Also released on Al Silver's Ember record label. Let's go from Philadelphia. We go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania for this next request for Joe Shacatano, as this record probably was never released officially because this came out in 1985, I think. Somebody put this out on a label called Mastodon Records. Now, this singer, his real name was Johnny Greco, but he recorded as Johnny Jack. And I think all his releases were all his legitimate, or I should say his real releases or his true releases at the specific times during his career were all on different labels. And here's one that came out in 1985 on the Mastodon record label. This tune written by Gerald Sims. I think the Daylighters originally did this. What was the year the Daylighters recorded Oh What a Way to Be Loved? Because They did this record first. So this is from 1961, and this is a request for Joe Shacatano. This is by Johnny Jack, an unreleased master. Came out on Mastodon. His rendition of the tune, "Oh, What a Way to Be Loved." This is for Joe.
You're my sunshine and you're my rain. You're the icy bubbles in my glass of champagne. You're the sedative that drives away my pain. And oh, what a way to be loved. And you're my baby's laughter after it's cried, your sweet hello after goodbye, your friendly smile even after a sigh. And oh, what a way to be loved. Now I didn't know that love could mean so much until I got a feeling, and that feeling was your touch. Now I don't believe, and though I want to see, I just can't help it. Please don't leave. You're my sunshine, you're my rain. Can't you hear it? On my window pane, you got the only love that can drive me insane. Oh, what a way to be loved. You're my sunshine. Oh, what a way to be loved. 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 To be loved.
Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That's by request. For Joe Shacatano, that's Johnny Jack. Johnny Jack, probably more like 62, maybe 62. This record originally done by the Daylighters. The Daylighters from December of 1961. December 61 on the Tip Top label first came out, and then this one maybe recorded sometime, was in the master tape somewhere, came up, and they re-released it They released it in 1985. Johnny Jack on the Mastodon label, his rendition of the tune "Oh, What a Way to Be Loved." Let's continue here, and here's a request for Matey Campboy. This next group, first recorded as the Heartbeats, a lead singer of the Heartbeats, Shep Shepherd. Later on, after had his second group, it was called Shep and the Limelites, and this is on B. Caslin's Hull record label, and their biggest hit was a song called Daddy's Home. They followed it up with this one. This was their second of 13 on the Hull record label, written by the lead singer James Shepherd. This charted number 42 on Billboard, number 10 record on WAMS in Wilmington, Delaware. We go to June of 1961. This is for Matey Campboy, Shep and the Limelites on the Hull label. It's called Ready for Your Love. This is for Matey.
Your key really makes me feel so wonderful. So wonderful. Your smile, oh, it makes me feel so grand. If I could only see what the future has in store
for poor little me. If it was you, then I would be ready for your love. I've searched the earth 100 times or more to find a true love. I finally found what I've been searching for. You're the angel I've been dreaming of. Your kiss really makes me feel so wonderful. And your smile, yes, it makes me feel so grand. If I could only see what the future has in store for poor little me. If it was you, then I would be ready for your love.
That's the great sound of Shep and the Limelites. James Shepard on lead. June 1961 release. That's their follow-up to Daddy's Home. Song entitled Ready for Your Love. That's going out to Matey Campboy. Came out on B. Haslin's Hull record label. Let's continue here. We stay in 1961 with a request for listener Robert Castillo. He requested a group called The Interiors. They did 2 releases on Gil Snapper's Worthy record label out of New York City. Now, Robert requested their first, written by group member Leroy Braswell. Maybe he's on lead too, I'm not sure. But this is from July of 1961. This is going out to Robert in our YouTube chat room. These are The Interiors on the Worthy label. It's called Darling Little Angel.
I stroll up to the drugstore, and to my surprise, I met a pretty girl with tears in her eyes.
My darling little angel with tears in her eyes. She said some words were spoken that my love for her had died, and I'll never see my little angel no more. Angel no more. She walked away and left me standing in the door. I know she's gone forever and forevermore, 'cause she never done a thing like this before. Well, darling, why did you leave me? Why did you go? Why did you stray? Please come to me, darling. Not next year, but right away. Pretty baby, pretty baby. My darling little angel, by listening to your friends, I
That's going out to Robert C. Is that better, George? That's the Interiors there from July 1961. That's on the Worthy record label. Darling Little Angel is the name of the tune. For you collectors out there, be very leery when you buy that record. That has to have the two copyright signs on the top and the bottom of the W to be the first press. And maybe the address, too. I think it doesn't, the other one doesn't have an address. But you can check, but just make sure, just don't have them charge you for a first press if it is a second press. It's going out to Robert there, July 61, the Interiors, Darling Little Angel. Let's continue here. We move into 1962 now, and this is a request for Floyd Flowers. Now, last week I played a request for Emnon. He requested the DeVilles out of Jersey City, New Jersey, on the Arawak record label, which is out of the Bronx, by the way. And the song was called I Do Believe. It was actually a cover tune. It was done by, I think, the Crystals on the Aladdin label, and also the Maharajas. Two West Coast groups covered that back in, 57 and 56 and 58, I think. But Floyd Flowers asked for the flip side. It's from June 1962. This is on Arawak Records. These are the DeVilles, and this is what something Johnny G doesn't have, and he doesn't have at least now. But it's called No Money. This is for Floyd.
No money, 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 no money. So I went out and found a pocket full. Yes, I did. Was I surprised when I took my very right? And it was $1.05. I took that money, paid my back rooms rent. I said no money, no money in my pocket, no money, no money in my wallet. In my wallet, you know, ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, clang, do-do-do-do. Then I went out to get myself some tea. Yes, I did. Walked in a restaurant and fell down on my knees. I asked the man for something to eat. He got me by the pants and he threw me in the street. I said no money in my pocket, not a bill. No money in my wallet, you know, ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, cling, clang, do-do-do-do. I saw a man riding down the street, hollering and yelling and telling me, I asked the man for about a bell. I didn't have no money, so he turned me down. I said no money in my pocket, no money in my wallet, you know, ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling, cling, clang, do-do-do-do. No money, no money, no money, no money, no money in my pocket, no money in my pocket, in my wallet, no money in my wallet, in my shoes, no money. I'm sad, I'm singing, I'm sad, no money, no money. As going out to Floyd Flowers in our YouTube chat room, those are the DeVilles. From June 1962, No Money is the name of the tune, the flip side of I Do Believe, that one there on the Arawak record label. Johnny G, not... Sterling trying to be funny, yes. That is the way it is, because I turned in my DeVille and didn't get any money. No, I did not, but I gave it to a good cause. I gave it to the veterans and wounded warriors so they can use that car. They probably can get about $5,000 for the Cadillac. I mean, maybe it needs brakes. If I knew how to do brakes, that's one thing, but it had a leak in the rear tire, and those tires were new. And I think I got a new battery a couple years ago, and just those logos on the, I think I had, what are they, metal? I think they're metal hubcaps with Cadillac in it. Those things are about $900 each. I
think, or maybe a little bit more. So the guy told me, I was shopping, and he goes, are you John? I'm here to pick up the 2010. Does it run? I said, it runs. I said, but I'm not home yet. You got to wait. He goes, I'll be there. I'm coming from Mahopac, New York. I'll pick it up. So it was a big guy. This guy was about 300 or 400 pounds. He came up and was talking. He was a young guy. And I said, well, what are they going to do with the car? What do they do when you donate the cars to? He goes, well, I just need to know that it starts, and we bring it to the junkyard, and they register it, and then as long as it runs, we put it up for auction, and guys will come and they'll look at the car, they get to inspect it, and as long as it drives to their next tow thing, then they'll pay for it, and then they'll fix it up or do whatever they want with it. So that's what's happening. That's what happened to the Cadillac, but Johnny G's got no money. I will get a receipt. Maybe I'll be able to use it. I doubt it. I'll be able to use it as a write-off. But anyway, enough of my babbling here. I forgot to mention to welcome in the Oldies and More Radio Network. Sorry about the babbling, folks, but you're listening to Johnny G's Vinyl Treasure Show. It's on every Saturday night beginning at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We stop at midnight, but we are in overtime. I'm going to get through all these records pretty soon here, so let's continue here. We are in 1962 with a request for Mike Sape, a very rare 45 that I found in the wild locally here in Westchester County. This girl group, supposedly they're out of Baltimore, Maryland, and I'm guessing that based on the publishing, Munrob Publishing, as they have a Baltimore address, and at least that's what one of the websites says. But the group is called the Tru-Lears, Truleers. This came in October 62. This is on the Checker label for Mike Sape. The song is called Waiting for You. This is for Mike. As by request from Mike Sape there, those are the Tru-Lears. Tru-Lears from October 1962. Leonard Chess's Checker label, Waiting for You is the name of the tune. Let's stay in 1962 with a request for Amnon. This group is out of Philadelphia. Let's go back to Philadelphia. These are the Corvelles. Came out on ABC Paramount Records. This is written by Billy Jackson and lead singer Billy Vaughn. And later on, Billy Vaughn would rechange his name to Billy Abbott, and with his group The Jewels, they recorded for the Parkway label. You may know the song called Groovy Baby, but before that, he was the lead singer of this group, the Corvelles. This is for Amnon, April 62, the Corvelles on ABC. It's called Daisy. Going out to Amnon, the Corvelles, their April 62 release on ABC Paramount record label. The Daisy is the name of that tune. Let's stay in 1962 with a girl group sound. This is a request for Sugar Bear Sterling. This is on George Goldner's End record label. Both sides of this 45 written by Alice Adams. I also think she's the lead singer on this. This group is called the Sweeties. The Sweeties from April 62 on End Records. This is for Sterling. It's called After You.
I love
That's a great sound by the Sweeties there. That's going out to Sugar Bear Sterling in our YouTube chat room. April 1962, the Sweeties on the N label, After You, killer ballad. Let's stay with the girl group sounds. This is a request for Timothy. This is on the Larkwood label, Larkwood Records, a label out of Nashville, Tennessee. Maybe this group, I'm guessing, is out of Nashville, but they are Rosemary and the Rosebuds. And this is by request for Timothy, September 62. It's called What Do I Mean to You? This is for Timothy. As by request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room, that's Rosemary and the Rosebuds, September 1962 on the Larkwood record label, What Do You Mean to Me? I think the flip side's called Dreamtime, which is another nice dreamy ballad on the flip. Let's continue here. And here is a request for Floyd Flowers. Now, on my July 4th All 60s show, I featured the Creations on the Melody label. That's a Motown label. The song was called This Is Our Night. That was the side that I played on a Monday night show. Now, Floyd Flowers wanted to hear the flip side. This group originally out of Toledo, Ohio, and they consisted of Robert Williams, Charles Holman, Juan Wingard, and the lead singer, his name is Tom Lipkins. This is produced by Andre Williams. Andre Williams of the $5 fame, recorded for the Fortune record label. This is from July 62. These are the Creations going out to Floyd Flowers in our YouTube chat room. The song is called You're My Inspiration, the Creations. That's the sound of the Creations there on the Motown Melody record label. Originally out of Toledo, Ohio. That's July 62. That's by request for Floyd Flowers. The Creations there with You're My Inspiration. Let's move into 1963 now with this five-man group from Robbins, Chicago. They have releases on the Lucky Four Diamond Magic Touch labels. This is their first of three on Lenny LaCour's 620 record label, and a request for listener Amnon, the song written by the lead singer of the group, Morris Spearman, from December 1963. Let's give a listen to The Swinging Hearts. The Swinging Hearts on 620 Records by request for Amnon. The song is called Spanish Love.
Señorita, 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 señorita,
guess who I love? She's from heaven up above. She's the one that I adore. Love a girl in Mexico. The bells are ringing and my heart is singing because I love her so. Love a girl in Mexico. Don't even know the language, don't even know the slang, but yet I confess I love her without knowing her name. Don't teach me to cha-cha, don't teach me to merengue. I wanna speak Spanish to love a girl in Mexico. We should love to dance, crazy about romance. It's paradise I'm thinking of when I'm with my Spanish love. The bells are ringing and my heart is singing because I love her so. Love a girl in Mexico.
There you go. That's going out to Amnon there. The great sound of the Swinging Hearts, December 1963. That's their first of three on the 620 record label. Spanish Love, Morris Spearman, the lead singer on that. We're going to hear the ballad of that next week, so stay tuned for that as we continue here. And we are in 1963. Let's go to Brooklyn, New York with a request for Ryan Heisey. See, Ryan, all your requests were from 1963. So this group had this release on Joel Schulman's Yussels record label out of Newark, New Jersey. They consisted of Steve Barrentus, Doyle Burgos, Eddie Hernandez, and Joe Leone. And the lead singer is Eddie Navarez. Eddie Navarez on lead. This is from 1963. They're called The Young Ones. The Young Ones here going out to Ryan Heisey on the Yussels label. The song is called Those Precious Love Letters. This is for Ryan.
Precious love letters, so faded and old, souvenirs of my darling, more precious than gold. She now loves another.
As by request for Ryan Heisey there, those are the young ones from 1963. That's on the Yussels label. It's called, excuse me, Those Precious Love Letters. And we stay in 1963. Now, another song that I played on my Monday night show, July 4th show, was actually a request for Warren Russell. He requested the Creators on the Epic record label. The song was called Crazy Love. Now, this group included members from Little Joe and the Thrillers, the Royal Demons, and the Madison Brothers. And this was their lone release. It was called, the A-side was called Crazy Love, or maybe not the A-side. That might have been the B-side. Now, Floyd Flowers requested the flip side of this. So we're going to send this one out to Floyd, June 63, the Creators on the Epic label. The song is called Crossfire for Phil. I'm sorry, for Floyd Flowers.
Snap, bop, shimmy, twist, dance, craze, 62. But this is 63, and we all want to try something new. I want to know why, but I want to know why, don't you? Crossfire, baby, get up and dance, pop me crazy, get up and dance, crossfire, get up and dance, pop me crazy, get up and dance, and do the crossfire, ooh, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, pop, 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 pop. A man was dead, man was glad, the chick was gay, well-dressed boy, shut up, baby. They do the crossfire all the way. They do the crossfire, ooh, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, pop, 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 pop. 1, 2, 3, slide to the left. 4, 5, 6, back to the right. Well, baby, little pretty baby. They do the crossfire all the way. We do the crossfire, ooh, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, pop, 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 pop.
Yes, Sterling, you can say it. Go ahead, say it. Say it again. Johnny G getting caught here tonight. Quite a bit. Anyway, that's going out to Floyd Flowers there, June 63, the Creators on the Epic record label. They're doing a dance. It's called the Crossfire here. Let's continue now. We are in 63. Let's go to Providence, Rhode Island with this next request for Ryan Heisey. And they had a big hit. Well, not a big hit, but they did have a hit in 1960. The song was called Mr. Lonely, recorded on several labels, I should say. But here is a release on the Musicore record label they did from July 1963. I'm talking about the Videls, and this is going out to Ryan Heisey, July 63, the Videls on the Musicore record label. The song is called It's All Over. This is for Ryan.
It's all over, it's said and done with. You play me for a fool, our love was done with. It's all over, you played me for a fool again. It's all over. You said you'd take me back. If you would take me back, you'd put us on the track. It's all over. You played me for a fool again. Oh, darling, oh, lover, I want you. I need you. Please come back. Let's start anew, and I'll be true to you. It's all over. It's said and done with. You play me for a fool. Our love was one myth. It's all over. You play me for a fool
As by request for Ryan Heisey in our YouTube chat room, the Spydels there. July 63 release on the Music-Core record label, It's All Over. Not quite all over. It may be. Soon will be. A few more 45s to go, a couple more requests to go. And up next, a request for Jerry Nazen. Now, he was talking to me about a cappella. So was Ryan Heisey. Johnny G, do you play a cappella on the show? I said, well, I don't play a lot of it, but I have it in my collection. So I don't mind playing a cappella here on the program as it relates to this next request for Jerry Nazen. And there were a number of groups back in the early 60s on the scene that made their mark with their a cappella releases, and this is one such group. They're out of Brooklyn, New York, and they're called the Camelots, and featuring the first press of this on the Anko record label. This was later picked up in August of 64. I think was the flip side of the Ebonaire's Love Call, which was probably sold in Slim's Times Square Records. But this is the original release here by the Camelots from 63. This is going out to Jerry Nazen. The Camelots on the Anko label, an a cappella tune. It's called Don't Leave Me Baby. This is for Jerry.
I'm begging you, please. Don't leave me, baby. Don't leave me, baby. Baby, please don't go. Cause I love you so. Can't you hear me crying? Baby, can't you see me sighing? Down on my bending knee. Yeah, and I'm begging you, please. Well, I had a girl, but she didn't love me true. Well, I had a girl, but I didn't know what to do. I'm begging you. Baby, give me one more chance. Give me one more chance. Baby, give me one more chance. Oh, mama, can't you see me crying? Oh, mama, can't you see me sighing? Down on my bending knee. Yeah, and I'm begging you, please. I'm begging you, please. Baby, come on. Baby, come on home. Baby, come on home. Oh, come on home. Mama, can't you see me crying? Oh, mama, can't you see me sighing? Down on my bending knee. Oh, and I'm begging you, please. Oh, yeah. Oh, come on home. Oh, come on home.
As by request for Jerry Nazen there, those are the Camelots. Camelots from 1963, featured it on the original label, the Anko record label, Don't Leave Me Baby. You know, later on they would record as the Harps on the Laurie label, so stay tuned for that as we continue here. And I have one more for listener Ronnie, Ronnie Sherman, as we head out to California. This label, a division of Rayco Records, and it's actually a pretty cool tune. This is on the Duco label. The Duco label, and it was co-written by the lead singer. His name is Tony Lamar. Tony Lamar. This came out in June of 1964. This is by request for Ronnie Sherman, Tony Lamar and group from June 64 on the Duco label. It's called Come Out Tonight for Ronnie.
Come out tonight. Oh, come out tonight. Oh, come out tonight. Oh, I love you. I love you. Over and over and calling. Come out tonight. Oh, come out tonight. Oh, come out tonight. Oh, I love you. I love you. Over and over and over. You're my honeycomb, my sweet honeybee. You mean the whole wide world to me. I'm so lonely tonight, I feel so sad, and I need your love so bad. Oh, come out tonight. Oh, it's so bright. Oh, come out tonight. I love you. I love you. Over and over and calling. You're my honeycomb, my sweet honeybee. You mean the whole wide world to me. I'm so lonely tonight, I feel so sad, and I need your love so bad. Oh, come out tonight. Oh, come out tonight. I need you. Oh, come out tonight. I love you. I love you. I love you. Over and over and over. I love you. I love you.
That's by request for Ronnie Sherman. They like that tune there by Tony Lamar. June 1964. It's on the Duco record label. Come Out Tonight is the name of the tune. Got 4 more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyltreasure show for a Saturday evening. Let's go to Floral Park, Long Island for this next group. It's actually a request for listener Ryan Heisey in our YouTube chat room. They were known as the Florals when they recorded this tune for Slim Rose, but Slim Rose renamed the group to the Five Sharps and pressed up the record on his Times Square label. And it features Bruce Garland on lead. This is from April of 1964. These are the Five Sharks. The Five Sharks by request for Ryan Heisey on Times Square Records. And they're doing a rendition of the tune Stormy Weather. This is for Ryan.
Don't know why there's no sun up in the sky, stormy weather. Me and my gal went on together. It's raining all the time. Everything I do is wrong, stormy weather. Lord, bring us together. It's raining all the time. Well, since you went away, blues came in and met me. Don't come back to stay. Rocking chair will get me. All I do is pray. Blood above will let me walk in the sun once more. Everything I have is gone, stormy weather. Lord, bring us back together. It's raining all the time. All the time. It's raining,
As thunder and everything there. I see heads up detected copyright audio on my video there. But anyway, that's for Ryan Heisey there. I don't know, Ryan, you thought it was a cappella? It's not. Does it say a cappella on there? I don't know. It doesn't look it. Five Sharks there. April 64 release on the Times Square record label. Bruce Buzzy Garland, as George mentions, on lead there from April 64. A nice rendition of the tune Stormy Weather. 3 more 45s to go here before we sign off here. Up next, a request for Matey Campboy. This 45 written and produced by Jimmy Wisner and Billy Jackson, and it's the only release by this group called the Bright Tones. They might be a duet. But this is from August 64. This came out on the Warner Brothers record label. These are the Bright Tones from August 64 on Warner Brothers. The song is called Rumors. This is for Matey.
What they try
As going out to Matey Campboy there. They're called the Bright Tones. August 64 release came out on the Warner Brothers record label. Song entitled Rumors. 2 more 45s to go here before we sign off. Let's go back to Brooklyn, New York, filling a request for Jerry Nazin for this group called the Harps. And actually they recorded, I mentioned they were also recorded as the Camelots earlier. We played Don't Leave Me Baby, but Jerry also requested this tune. It's actually an answer song to Shep and the Limelites' Daddy's Home, and it features David Nichols on lead. This is from March 1964. Let's give a listen to the Harps, a.k.a. the Camelots on the Laurie label, and their tune called Daddy's Going Away Again. This is going out to Jerry.
Daddy's going away again. Be long. You broke his heart, and you done him wrong. Oh, you found a new love, one you think is a true love. Lots of luck to you and your new guy. He said it.
That's going out to Jerry Nazin there, the sound of the Harps, a.k.a. the Camelots, March 1964 release. It came out on the Laurie record label. Did I even say that? I might have forgot to say that. But the Harps there with a tune called Daddy's Going Away. And that's what's happening. Daddy is going away. That's going to do it for Johnny G and the Vinyl Treasure Show. I want to thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to these cool requests. Your request that you sent me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. Thank you all for your participation in the program. Much appreciated here. If you want to make future requests, send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. And if I have the 45, I'll pull it out. I'll find it. Found some old requests. I told you, Joe Shakatano, wasn't sure about that. I got to look at that list you sent me. Joe sent me a list of records that I either didn't play because they were too soon, or but I usually keep track of all those. So I still have lots of records in the box to play. So I will never, ever run out of 45s. That is a fact. So thank you all for tuning in tonight. If you missed any of the show, it should be back instantaneously on YouTube. If not, if for somehow it gets blackened out and it doesn't show up, you can always go to vinyltreasures.net. That is my website, and you can stream or download the show there. You can copy it, and you can listen to the show there. Of course, no pictures. You won't be able to see Johnny G, but you'll be able to definitely hear the songs. Sometimes they make me take the songs off the YouTube tape. So that is unfortunate. Although I think some of them wise up and they let me do it because it's many hours, and I just got I think I had 70 something thousand hours of watched programming here on the Vinyl Treasure Show, and I picked up 25 subscribers last month. That is doing good. Thank you all, and again, if you're new, please subscribe to my YouTube page. Very important, and also to click the thumbs up, and also click the bell to get notifications. You want all notifications when I'm live, because you have to sign in with an email in order to chat. That is important, because if you don't, you won't be able to. So somebody has to have an account with with YouTube. So check your grandchildren or your children, and if they have an account, use their account. You can sign in and you can participate in the chat there and comment on all the cool requests. That is always fun. So again, thank you all. Charlene, thank you again for your help. I will be back next Saturday night beginning at 9 o'clock Eastern Standard Time, 9 to midnight, right here on YouTube. We are in overtime here with Oldies and More Network. We played for an hour there. I hope they're digging on the tunes there. I know I always get good stuff from Joey T about the show, and also from Richard Fox. So thank you all for tuning in and participating into the show. We're going to close the show tonight actually with a Nick Nicola request. He left to go to bed, but somebody's going to have to tell him I played this for him. I don't know anything about this artist, but I can tell you about the song and I can tell you about the label, because I picked this up at the in Orangeburg, New York. And George, you know where this is, that 303 Drive-In. It's not there anymore. They still have that 303, like the drive-in, what is that? The facade there that says the 303 Drive. It's still there. They're keeping it, as a monument or something. But I found this record there for a dime. It's out of Deer Park, Long Island, and it's a cover of a song first done by Vic Donna and the Parakeets in 1957 on the Atlas label. But believe it or not, this release is in 1966, I think. So this song had zero chance of being played on the radio. Totally zero chance. It's on the label called Genie Records. The artist is Steve Dumane, D-U-M-A-N-E. That's his name. And it's a request for Nick Nicola, the closer tonight from 66. Steve Dumane on the Genie label. The song is called Teenage Rose. That does it, folks. Johnny G will be back next Saturday night. If you like 1960s soul music, tune into my Monday night show beginning at 8 o'clock on Oldies and More Radio. But I also stream live simultaneously right here on YouTube. Thank you all again for tuning in. I will see you next week, either way, Saturday or Monday. Everybody have a safe and happy week. Just want to say, everybody, so long. Enjoy. For Nick.
I love her like I've never loved before. With every breath I love her more and more. And every day I pray that I live another day in the heart of my teenage rose. She's all my arms will ever want to hold. She is the sweetest story ever told, and I'll never dare to stray more than just a kiss away from the lips of my teenage rose. I'm so jealous of my boyfriends, Johnny, Jim, and Joe. When they see her, how they sigh. And if they had the chance, they'd take my rose from me. And if they did, I know that I would die. So every night before I fall asleep,
I say, please let her keep my love there in her heart. Never, never let me part from my only, my teenage rose. I'm so jealous of my boyfriends, Johnny, Jim, and Joe, who when they see her, how they sigh. And if they had the chance, they'd take my rose from me. And if they did, I know that I would die. So every night before I fall asleep, I look above and I say, please let her keep my love there in her heart. Never, never let me part from my only, my teenage rose. From the heart of my teenage rose.
Okay, folks, that does it. Did that sound like Bob Scholl of the Mellow Kings? A little bit there in some parts. I wonder, because maybe it's him. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna have to check. Does this say anything here about the Phil? Well, we can't say the writer because we know that record was Phil Perry. I don't know. Phil Perry gets the writer credits. Phil Perry. I gotta check the Vic Donna release. But here's the record. Here's a record. Genie Records. You see, it's out of Deer Park, Long Island, New York. Phil Perry wrote the song. I have to check to see if Phil Perry gets writer credits on the Vic Donna single. But he also produced it. So maybe this was his label. Who knows? But anyway, thank you all again for tuning in tonight. Johnny G did a 4-hour show here. I mean, did this show go fast or is it just me? That's because I never get to listen to my records. This is really the only time I really get to listen to the records. Sometimes with all the requests, it gets hard because I have the records. The records that I play, my 50's collection, they're in a special one of the rooms I have, and I got R&B and I got early soul and I got all these group records, and they're in my father made shelves in my first bedroom, which is one of the smaller rooms, and he made these deep shelves that can fit these boxes. They're like 8x8, and they don't have tops like the like the boxes that you can get at Bags Unlimited. So I can get about 200 records if I fill it up. So what I've been doing is that I haven't been doing in all the years I've been doing this show is I've been cleaning the records as I pull them out of the unfiled stuff, of the stuff that I had down in the basement. So I put them I bought like a ton of these white boxes from Bags Unlimited, and they're all alphabetical. So I had a request from Emnon for the Robins, and I know I have the record, and it must be I still have some boxes of RCA records, a lot. I have to go through them, but I thought I got all the group stuff out of there, but it's possible I did not. And I know I had Emnon requested the other one by the Swinging Hearts. I have it on the Magic Touch label. It was also on 620, and I saw it, but it's not in any of the boxes, so I don't know where it is. So I have to find it. Once I find it, and it gets cleaned, and it gets played, then it goes down into my room, and you put it in another file, and then you have to stick them on the wall. But the thing is, the boxes are full to capacity. So now I got to get other boxes as you spread it out. So remember, there are thousands and thousands of records, so there is a lot. And I think it took me 4 hours. I was waiting for the guy to come pick up the Cadillac on Friday. So, and I had to do shopping also. So, my mother goes, "Are you going shopping?" I'm saying, "Yeah, but when is he coming to pick the Cadillac up here? I got to tell him I got the title and the valet key and everything else." So he didn't come. So I told her, I said, "Look, I can't wait anymore. It's already 2:30. By the time I get done, it takes me 3 hours to do this shopping for the household." So I get a call, and he said, "I'm here to pick up the car. I told you all the rest." But I pulled out all the requests that I could that were filed back where they were supposed to be. And there were a bunch, because Nick gave me a bunch of records that I pulled out. And another one of the harder ones that I couldn't find, I think, Ryan, I was able to find yours. But the ones that gave me problems were Warren's request that I played earlier, which was by that R&B record on United. That was the promo. I didn't even know I had it. And then I couldn't find that Carol Hayes and the Four Tops record you requested. I have it checked off that I have it somewhere. I have the Dolores, who is it? Dolores Carroll and the Four Tops. But I guess when I played that Four Tops, somebody requested a Four Tops record last week, and Mike mentioned that Carol Hayes and the Four Tops, and I thought I had it. I couldn't find that. I couldn't find the Robins, and I couldn't find the Swinging Hearts. The others I found, and more. I found one of Joe Shacatano's old requests that I didn't have, that I officially told Fred Bond that I needed, but now I have it. So anyway, that's the way it goes. So anyway, thank you all for tuning in. JohnnyG's got to go relax, as I'm hungry. I smell those Italian cookies my mother's cooking. I smell them there. As I didn't sell it, Dwayne. I donated it. I donated the Cadillac to Wounded Warriors. So I didn't want anybody to get stuck with a 2010 Cadillac DTS with 189,000 miles on it. So it might have a leak in it. I took it to the guy and he fixed it, but it was sitting in the back here for almost 3 years now. I didn't use it. So, the seal starts going. I talked to my buddy who sold it to me in White Plains, the Cadillac guy, and he says, "Johnny, that car is only that's a special car for someone if they need it to knock around." And it was in great shape. The car was not dented. It was nice and clean inside, but it needed brakes. I can't do the brakes. I wasn't going to pay $1,000 for the brakes, and the tire was leaking. Of course, it was sitting there for two and a half years. So there's a nail or something, and I had to fill it up. And there's something wrong in the emissions. I mean, you know what? If I knew, I think they're stealing catalytic converters. We got a message that people were coming into the town from Connecticut and New Jersey, and they were stealing catalytic converters. Is there a metal on the catalytic converter that they use to turn in to get money for? I don't know. Breaking into the cars, we did get a notification of that. Maybe I should have left it on the street unlocked for somebody to take. I would have got money from the insurance company. But anyway, it's to a good cause. I do give to the veterans, as they have they made the ultimate sacrifice. So I donated it to the veterans and to those wounded warriors that can use it. But anyway, JohnnyG's got to go here. Thank you again for listening in. Geez, I had 20 people tuned in here watching me. So thank you all. I'll see you next Saturday. Remember, if you're new, subscribe to the program. Tell your friends about it. This is my unique way of doing my radio show. So everybody stay well. JohnnyG's got to go. Take care. Bye-bye.